What's going on, guys? I'm running a little late tonight. Sorry about the long intro there, or the long wait screen. This is Big Man. Tonight we are working on Celestial Crash again. We were trying to get the UI done, hopefully in time for demo, but the demo was supposed to launch on the first of the year, but I don't think we're going to make that. I think we got way too much left to do. My actual goal is to make it to Steam Next Fest, which is still a possibility, but we really need to kind of push things in high gear. So we're probably going to bypass what we worked on where we ended last time with the scroll bar on the level selection screen, because that's probably something that I need to sit down and figure out how I broke it. We need to go ahead and move on to actually getting some other things done and getting this UI redone, so we can get other more important things done. Well, UI is important, but we got other important things to get done as well. So, all right, so let's jump on in here. Oop, did not mean to hit the mic there. I can actually touch the right button here. We can jump onto the right screen. There we go. Now, let me make sure you can actually hear me, because I don't see. There it is. Okay. All right. So where we were at last time. Check something real quick. Oh, that is starting up. So this is where we were at. We're trying to fix this. This is just acting weird, and I wasn't sure how to fix that. I wanted to tweak it just a little bit, like last time we were talking about Searching Interactive, who likes to come by and help out. He's much appreciated every time he does. Making this look a little bit more user-friendly, or more intuitive, I guess, where you can maybe see the next one or something. Because right here, when I was doing playtesting on the original scroll bar, people would never scroll, and this is not representative of the original scroll bar. The actual scroll bar looked like an actual scroll bar. This is broken, but they would never scroll down to actually see like the next sets of trials. So I only thought there were like 3 of them to play. So I need to probably make some additions to this, maybe adding like Searching was saying, adding a extra bar around this, or maybe just let the next one peek through the bottom so people know to scroll. Which means I probably need to make these a little bit smaller or something. Which they can be, because they're a little bit like a lot of extra room in these. They could probably go away and make these kind of thinner, fit like more on the screen. But the thing we're going to work on another time is this, because I don't really want to sit here and fidget with this tonight. I really want to fidget with replacing this part, which also. The scroll bar here, I can actually look at that scroll bar and see how I broke it. I may end up working on it anyway if I figure it out. All right. Let me. Oh, do I already have them here? Yeah, I have them here. And this is another thing. This one will point at the one you selected. So I have to make sure, well, because it scrolls. Because it scrolls, pointing at a specific one doesn't really make sense. I kind of almost want to take that end off so it's not actually pointing. Oh, actually, let me get the image out that this is supposed to be based off of, because my UI guys did images before approval, to get approval, so I can have those images of what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, so here's what it's supposed to look like. And of course, if you select this one, it's going to be the one that pokes out here or one that pokes out here. I could just use this one and make it align with this guy. Actually, I think that's what I do. So if you and then though, if you scroll off, it should go away too. It shouldn't keep scrolling with it. But I can, when it's visible, I can make it align with this, with whatever one you've chosen. Should I try to use the other ones? Because what happens if you click the one down here, then this will be sitting off screen. Maybe I'll do the middle one and the bottom. Essentially, if you pick this one, it's just this one. Question I would need to know that it's the lower one. I feel like we're getting a little bit in over our head though. Huh. We can hear. So I can see if it's either one of these, then just use this guy in a line. But if it's this guy, use the bottom one. But I would need to know which one is at the bottom. The one you're clicking is at the bottom. We'll tackle that when we come to it. Let's actually start with the original plan. I'm just using this one on all three and aligning it. And if it becomes where it goes off the screen, then I will set up a way for it to switch out with this guy. See. Choose level. Okay, so we just stuff here. Top and the bottom, we can just get rid of those. This is the button. This is the actual container. And this one has stuff for the scroll. Setting area. Huh. Top, bottom. I just try to put some of these settings in the other one. I should probably see how this one looks before I start messing with it. Because I noticed dynamically loads information. So the more I mess around, the more I'm not going to see, the more it's going to be a problem when I actually see it. I mean, these down here actually. Hmm. More about the scroll bar. Let's go ahead and move on. I'll sit here and be thinking about that all night. Let's just see it. Oh, whoops, I forgot to. Excuse me, I think I bumped Mike again. We got an actual look at it in level. Did not realize I had myself on mute this whole time. Let's try again. It just seems weird that it just didn't work. It just stopped working just because I removed those two things. Hmm. Okay, that's actually fine. Just hate Mexico. Jeez, what am I talking about? Just gotta get this aligned. Or this is fine. We have to get the text box to align. Okay, text. See it in action.
mystical spherical object offered by the Stygian boatman. The lure of the mirrored ball was inescapable, as the young Zacharias started moving to the beat of the devilish music. This was exhilarating until he tried to strike a pose, slipped on the shiny dance floor, and...
Let me grab some water. Be right back, guys. All right, here we go. All right. Let's see what we can do here. That's the... Description, normal info. Oh, forget to get rid of it. Set that scroll bar to 0. See how it is. So values the scroll bar on. I hit this button. It's on 5. Okay, where's my information now? Did I already break it? Okay, when I do that, what value? You're at 1. So what if I just set you to 1? It's weird. Okay, I had to touch it. All right. This song actually matches the season, even though there's no snow where I am, and there's no likelihood of snow before the holidays is over. It's actually in like the 50s. Okay. So nothing. Touched it, it should load it. This puts it at 1. Okay, but what if I just set it? Okay, so now it should be populated. So if I need a 1, nothing. If I go touch it or scroll with it, it actually moves it. So this doesn't actually move it? I mean, like, you can't manipulate this, and the scroll, it doesn't actually scroll, it moves this value. But it doesn't affect the scroll. What happens if I move it? Oh, it's not. Just want this down, don't it? I got to get rid of that again. Okay, so that kind of worked. Well, I know the font and the sizes are going to change, so that will be taken care of. But I need to get the overall position. So 120, negative 300, 120, negative 300. And this needs to be at 100%, or 1. we'll need to adjust the mask, of course. See that in action again. I wonder if I have that set in the code. How does that look anyway? But okay. Mr. Human Limits, how you doing tonight, man? Yeah, it's been a little bit of time. Though I was gone for an entire week, I know. How you been, man? Hope things been well. Good to hear, good to hear. What you been working on? Need to surprise family visit from grandparents, so I haven't worked much. Oh, well, that's great though. I'm sure it was nice seeing the grandparents. Starting a new game called Due Date. All right. What's your new idea? What's your new game you're working on? Oh, did you see? I left you a message on the Discord because I last stream I played Windy Wanderer. Was it Weedy Wanderer? Sorry, Weedy Wanderer. Weedy Wanderer, yes, Weedy Wanderer. Yeah, it was at the beginning of the stream if you want to go back and check it out. I think it was last stream, wasn't it? I don't remember. Okay. Wonder if I can manipulate. Let's see. I wonder if I can manipulate the position of the viewport to actually have the scroll bar properly adjust. I can use. Oh, you can't use Discord anymore since the whole coming out thing with parents restricted and access. Discord was taken in the process, and I'm too nervous to ask about it. Okay, no, dude. Yeah, I'm not trying to like. Believe you, I'm not trying to stir anything up with you and yours, man. You know, you gotta do what you're told. But you know, I hope that situation works out better in the future. So your game, it's a farming sim roguelite where you farm plants that attack you. Oh, okay, nice. I'll be interested to check it out whenever you have whenever you're able to, whenever you're ready to show off something. Oh, forget to do this. It's not super original, but I like the idea, so I'm doing. Yeah, believe me, not every idea is an original idea. A lot of ideas are built off of other ideas. Well, most ideas really built off other ideas. Let's see. I don't know if you've been here since I started doing the new UI. If you've seen like the new opening and the new buttons. And now working on this guy, trying to get these things to line up properly. Yeah, man, the UI guys did a great job on it. I'm really impressed. It's actually, this page is supposed to look like, or this screen is supposed to look like this. I didn't care for the background. The background really was doing it for me, but like this design looks great. So I wonder. Oh. So this height was. Okay, let me undo what I just did. So let's see what it was before. You should make some chaos levels like 50 creators and destroyers. Hey, remember I have the one level where it's like 10 of them. But they're definitely gonna be levels similar to that. I don't know about 50, but they're definitely gonna be levels that have ideas like that or set up like that. One idea I did have is like an endless mode, kind of endless mode, where well, it's like you only get to destroy one chain. You do have seen it. I haven't. Oh, talking about the one where I got 10 creators and destroyers. Oh, let me see if I can. I know it's got like it's 10 creators and like 2 destroyers, something like that. Yeah. Because I can put as many as will be runnable. And I actually may up it or up the speed for like, this is just of course a test version, but like I'm thinking like this will be a level where you can't really move around too much. You can kind of do it now because the speed isn't that bad, but maybe either speed them up or put more in here for the actual level. And that way you can't move it yourself. You have to use the gravity mechanics to move it around. So like I have a sun right now. See, so I don't have to touch it. I can just do stuff like that. And then when I'm ready, grab it, throw it in together. not a big deal right now. See, I accidentally did that so that's the danger of this level, is you have so many you can't sometimes tell when you're about to hit something. Also, this is in the way, this wouldn't be here, of course. But yeah, this is kind of the idea for this level. The endless mode, I'm thinking you only get to create one chain. There's no timer. And the destroyers, there's 2 destroyers, but they get faster as time goes on. So the whole point is you're trying to make the highest score possible in that level. So there's no actual objective. Or the objective would be get the highest score out of one chain. And so you're just sitting there building, but you can't sit there and just build forever, because the destroyers get faster. As many as can be runnable. Me and you have different ideas, chaos, because for me, it'd be as many as possible runnable. It depends on how many computers can hold at least a 10% success rate. Yes, I get you. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no limit to how many I can put in there, because it's all spawnable, spawnable classes, components, whatever you want to call them, objects that have their behavior, that adhere to a behavior. I was going to test the description again. Okay. I have Switch. I probably don't plan to get a Switch 2 until what game was that I was thinking about? I know it's going to have to be a game that makes me get a Switch 2, but like the current games that are coming out, I can wait on. Like the Donkey Kong game looks cool, but I probably wouldn't be jumping all over to get it. Yeah, I mean, I had a Switch for a while. Right now I'm kind of playing Mario Rabbids Spark of Hope, but I kind of hate that game, so I've kind of put it aside for right now. The first game was really good though. Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle, I believe. I like 100% of that game. Mario Kart World. Yeah, I played the heck out of Mario Kart. What was it, 9? The previous one was 9, right? Oh man, played the heck out of that. I think I probably bought like a couple of different copies. But yeah, Mario Kart World probably isn't for me. I've heard like, oh wait a minute, it's probably you that I keep hearing. Yeah, it's you, the one that keeps telling me about how bad it is. Pre was 8. Okay, 8DX. Okay. Yeah. And see, I still got stuff to play on the Switch because I want to play. It's funny everything. I got you. Yeah, I remember you keep telling me about like how it's easy to get like knocked out of like a place and get all the way back at the end, and hard. You know, it's just too much chaos going on for that many players. But yeah, I still want to play on the Switch. I want to try out Fire Emblem Three Houses. Trying to friend each other. Okay, cool. Excuse me, I get. Excuse me. A little bit of a belch there from dinner. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, Fire Emblem Three Houses I want to try out. I tried playing a previous Fire Emblem. I really didn't like it. But also didn't like what they did there with that game. Let's see, Fire Emblem. What was the other game I wanted to play? My mind is completely blanking. I'll remember it later. If you want to send me your friend code, you can. I can't go over there and get it right now. You know, you can send it to me like in a whisper or something. Oh, that's right. You're on YouTube. You know my email. Bigman24x7 @gmail. Yeah, I forgot you're on YouTube. I forget. I'm looking at you on Twitch because your messages are coming across. So I was associating you with being on Twitch. You can just email me, it's fine, but I don't know if you want to check with your parents just to make sure, but yeah. Um, well, what does this change? That's just the actual handlebars. The handle itself. Wait, okay. Good vertical layout group. Hmm. Huh. Maybe that's what I've been messing up on. All right, let's make some changes. Presents and s'mores. Thank you. I figured I was going to say something like presents and eggnog, but I figured not everybody likes eggnog. But I was like, who can not like a s'mores? Even though honestly, s'mores are a little bit too sweet for me. I want to try this again, just to see if my thought process is working. And also, I have to make that stuff up like right before the stream. So I'm always like coming off of something here. There's no official s'mores emoji. I try my best, and you take what you can get. Oh, by the way, I've been working on my emojis here. I started the first one. Wonder if I can remember where it's at, or the picture for the first one. I actually just made this last night. I can't remember when I stuck it. Here it is. Okay. Oh, there it is. So this doesn't look like much, but it's just, this is just a high emote. I'm probably gonna stick like the word high over here. Yeah, I'm sorry, looking at the different screens, sometimes the tracking doesn't like when I turn my head completely one direction. But this is the high one. And then it'll be, I gotta make it like 17 of these things. And like, what was it? Like 5 of them animated. So yeah, this started working on last night. Actually, I could put them. I wonder if I could put them in. What do you call it? Franken. I could make a couple for Franken. I could make a couple for YouTube, and put them on. And I think you can put them on Frankenface. Is that what they call it? Well, let me look that up. I've done it before. Franken faces. Yeah, Franker faces. Franker faces. Oh, for Twitch. Okay, never mind. Is there YouTube emotes? Because I've seen them on YouTube, but I don't know how you actually do it. Is it 7TV? How to set up YouTube emotes for your Twitch stream? Wait a minute. You can set up emotes for Twitch? But it says for members. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to, but it'd only be for. I know you can make. Remember only. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I can see that on YouTube, but I can't see that on. But I can't see that on Twitch. I'm gonna research it because I wonder if I could do something similar to what I did with the alerts. You know what though? I wonder. Yeah, some things translate between the two. Like I can see that on Twitch. I can see that last on Twitch. But I wonder. Oh, let me see. Does 7TV work with YouTube? I doubt it. Yeah, I think 7TV works with YouTube. Let me see something. No? Or do you have to put... Your streaming service allows you to make commands to show emojis like Discord has emoji thing. Streaming service. What do you mean you're streaming? So you're talking about like either YouTube or Twitch, right? Is that what you're saying? No, I know that. But that does not control the chat on the services. I can show whatever I want on here. That's how I'm doing the redeems on OBS. I can do pretty much anything I want on OBS. But yeah, that doesn't affect the chats. And really, stuff like Franker Faces is browser based for you. So it translates for you in your browser, but Frankerface has to be aware of it, and it has to be running. It has to be running on that site on that site page on your end. So that's why it doesn't work for YouTube. I'm trying to see, how do you make it's saying for YouTube, but how does 7TV work for YouTube? I'm exploring stuff off stream. Oh, look at that. How use what's on YouTube. Yeah, you need a 7TV browser installed. Once installed, you log in. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you have to have a 7TV or BTTV. Okay. Which one do I have an account with? I know I did some things with that. Man, I have to log in. I really don't feel like doing all that right now. But if that's right, if what they're saying is right, I could put some of those in either 7TV or BTTV. And there's the free ones. That's what I'll do. YouTube, sorry, not YouTube. Twitch has free emotes that you don't have to, that you can just use without following or I guess, or subscribing at least. I could put those in one of those and see if it works. So that's what I'll do. The free ones I'll put over on YouTube. And maybe a couple others. Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, I guess I am. Dang it. Thank you, Miss Human Limits. Did I? So you didn't hear me laugh at all about the whole Archie thing. I was like, your guy that says Zoinks sounds like he came out of an Archie comic book. So I was sitting here laughing. But yeah, also you have to for that command you have to use it by itself. Have you heard about corduroy pillows? They make headlines. What? Corduroy. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't even know what that is. Hold on. Any joke you gotta look up is a terrible joke. Hold on. Oh, they have lines. Corduroy pants have lines in them. Okay, all right. No. 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 That's definitely it. No. And go to jail. No! I wonder who do they put in the basement and torture for those jokes? Start or you just clap the guys going to jail. You just gave them a golf clap for going to jail. So. Oh man, that's the. I was thinking about what show. Yeah, jail. That's the show I forgot I wanted to start. Was Fallout. I meant to start that one, and I started Squid Games instead. Like today, I started the last season of Squid Games, and after that previous season, which was okay, I really was gonna hold off, but I forgot that I wanted to watch Fallout first or start it first. I figured out toilet jail, no toilet paper, no lights, no bed, only 6 walls, a door, and a toilet in the darkest place possible. So you just figured out that joke. Someone throws you in a hole with no toilet for 10 years. I mean, I'm guessing they're gonna throw food down to you or something. Okay. Oh, I actually gotta remember these. Negative. One. No food, only toilets. You eat the toilet. What is the... What in the heck is going on with you with that statement? What the? Your genius is imperceptible. It's on a level I can't get on. No, imperceptible was right. You can't perceive it. You were right the first time. Called Level Head Race. I've heard of that. I think I heard of that game. Well, it's a couple years old because I remember the name. I just don't remember that much about it. From what I remember, it looked fun. It's a platforming game, right? Oh, okay. I kind of remember it. Sadly, I think that studio went under. Yeah, exactly. It has a level editor. Which I kind of want to do with Infernal Arena. I made it. I've been developing it in a way that people can bring in their own assets, or like I would have like artists could essentially upload their own assets, or that's my great idea. Where like instead of trees, you can have pillars or whatever. You can designate different ground as like, while it's still random, you could have the ground be marble instead of grass or whatever. That type of thing. So the levels are still randomized, but the things in the levels can be stylized, if that makes sense. So you're fighting, and instead of fighting, like one arena could look like a forest. Like that's the default set I was working on, but like you can then change the arena to look like the inside of a castle. Even though it's all flat, you could have like, or you can make it like a destroyed castle where like it's all open, but it's flat area with pillars or something. Or you could have it like kind of almost look like it's in the clouds, or, you know, kind of that type of thing. But I've kind of built it like that, even though I don't have the interfaces for people to upload like their content. That would come much later if people are interested in doing it. And honestly, it wouldn't be too hard to do it with Celestial Crash, because I'm doing it now. All I'm doing is a couple settings for a number of creators, their speed, so like that. I could create an interface for somebody to create their own levels, but it wouldn't. The thing is, like, there isn't a lot to them right now. I'd have to really build out on what you could do, which I still need to do anyway, but probably not for demo or the first iteration of the game. All right.
They push, they shove, say I'm too weak. But if they knew, they'd never speak. They laugh, they lie, call it a game. But all I feel is hurt and shame. They said it's safe, they said it's home, but walls don't care and I'm alone. The light's too bright, the night's too long. I try to breathe, but it feels wrong.
Let's see.
And they laugh when I cry, like it's fun, like it's right. But I already hate myself. Don't they feel the same as well? No place for me.
I've always wanted to make a level editor, but I figure out I can figure out. You can't figure out saving. You would need to just keep the coordinates and have a saving medium you want. Like with what I'm doing in Infernal Arena, it's all grid based anyway. So it would be easy to just say, well, actually, the way I'm about to explain it is not right. So it's grid based, yes, but the assets are randomly put. So it wouldn't fit your example, what you want to do, but mine is, it's the objects are randomly put on the tiles, and they're registered once the game is loaded. So you would just let people decide what objects are in the level, and then they'd be randomly put in the level. But there are different types, like there are walls and there are objects, and objects can be anything as long as they fit in a tile. And walls can fit in a tile, but they can connect. So you can have like stylized walls if you want, that type of thing. In my example, but for your example, you would probably just keep the coordinates of the objects when they put in the level, if that makes sense, right? And then you probably will have some controls over, they can't like go up. They can only go, maybe look at it in a 2D way, and then they pop, depending on how you want it to set up, you essentially have a grid. No, you wouldn't have a grid, sorry. You would have a 2D view of the area, and then you would let them move it into the position, and once they stop moving it, then you would collect the position of where they put it and save that out in kind of like maybe a JSON object or something associated with the object. That makes sense. I can see how that would work. I can see how that works, even though I've never done it. Because the way my stuff works is once you start the level and everything's associated with a tile, it's saved to the database. Like the game tells where everything, the game randomly generates the arena without putting all the assets on the different panels, different grid panels, tiles or whatever. And then once that's done, it sends all the information back to the server, back to database of where everything is located for that match. And then also I can then take that information, pull it down to say like the mobile clients, and they get a 2D version of the arena with all the where everything is. And I actually had that working. Man, I want to get back to the Inferno Arena so bad. I want to see this game out the door too. I want to actually see it succeed. I'm getting excited by the way it looks and everything that's happening with it and things that are coming together. But man, Inferno Arena was it's such an idea that I want to get out, that I want people to start seeing and actually playing around with. Anyway. Okay, we're working on this. Oh, top. Top left needs to be the same thing, don't they? Why is the sliding here changing? Hey. That's the score. Okay, how did I break this? That's position. Okay. Maybe that's why. Bottom left. Stretch, 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 stretch. Top, bottom, top. Oh, it's not one. I can finally understand how this is supposed to work. My grade is back. Sorry, stream cut out for a bit for me. Oh, I'm thought I crashed it somehow. Oh, let me. Okay, I seem to be. Oh, make sure I'm live. Because the reason I'm a little bit concerned about it because I've been having problems with my computer, and every stream for the last couple streams, it's been disconnecting. Like it will say like server disconnect, and then I panic for like a second and just hit the stream button again, and we're back. But nobody ever says like they lost like connection with me, or the stream went down for them. So I don't know, maybe it was an issue between with your internet service or something. But I don't see any issues right now, and it could be Twitch as well. Sorry, you're not Twitch, you're YouTube. Anyway, at least everything looks fine. I think it was on my end, but back to that little editor thing. I can't figure out saving. Then again, I'm not used to writing to files and stuff. Yeah, so you just look up how to do a JSON format, and what you can do is you can put it in like a dictionary. If you you're not. I don't know if you're really into coding, and there's probably plugins that let you do this as well. I'm used to the player, which is the best, but it's easy. Okay. Because what could happen is, I'm going to speak technical for a second. If you put it in what's called a dictionary, you could put the object, whatever object identifier, and then you put it with the positional information, the X, Y, Z. And then you can export it to a file as a JSON file, and then you can just read it back into the game. That stuff's already kind of exists, but you would just need to know how to put things in a dictionary and how to read them back out. I'm sure there's plugins for it. I'm sure there's plugins for I think there's probably plugins called like trees or something that lets you do something like that. It's not called trees, but essentially it represents as a tree in the editor. And you would just have to figure out how to manipulate that through like code or whatever to save out. There's things out there. And really, you wouldn't need a tree. You would just need, never mind. But anyway. I'll stick to my non-editor games for now since I'm more hobbyist and I'm not in the mood to learn certain. Okay. I could probably write that for you pretty quickly. But that, again, there's probably something already out there that just does it. Riven, how's it going, man? Oh, I should say happy holidays, you guys. What you up to, Riven? I'm just still putting in this interface here. Okay, I had to take the week off. I had a family member in the hospital, so I couldn't stream that week. But everything's good now. Yeah, they're good now. They're good. Thanks for the well wishes. Yeah, so now I was trying to get this demo ready for launch on the first of the year. Probably not going to happen now because I haven't even started the music yet. What's that? Or what's this? A partridge in a pear tree. What do you call that? Anagrams or hieroglyphics? What is an anagram? A word or phrase. Okay, never mind. It's not right then. Another one for you soon. But my hope is to get this done, get this UI done, probably by the end of the month. I really need to get on the sound stuff, and I've been so busy. I have not had a chance to really even tackle, not really dig into it. I got all the samples, well, most of the samples I want for what the music's going to be. But then I have to find somebody to work on it and do all that stuff. Get it produced, get it in the game, put in some sound controls. I'll be lucky if I hit my real target of Steam Next Fest. And I've already done it for 2 games. And the thing is, if you make $1,000, you get it back, though. Which I don't expect to make any money off of this game. I expect it to be a loss. But it's more of an educational thing than anything. Like, I kind of expect this game to die going out the door. But I'm going to try my best not to make that happen. And take whatever lessons come out of that. But this is like I don't know if you call it a canary in a coal mine, or I guess the red shirt. This game is the red shirt from Star Trek. Like, I know I'm pushing it out the door knowing it's going to get shot up to death. True, why not? Why don't you consider it itch? I am. It's going to be an itch, but I want to figure out the Steam infrastructure. Was Was it Joker house door? Evergreen cherries. Think of what they could mean. Not what they. Yeah, I know, but I couldn't even tell what they were. Clown door. Clown entrance. Tree. Or tree. Red balls. A clown kicked in your door and then climbed your tree and kicked you in the balls. They joked at your door and sure, give me a hint. Think of the group of cards is called. Group of cards is called. I mean, they're jokers, right? Or a wild. A wild entrance. Tree holly. A blank of cards. A set. Oh, set the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. So I'm supposed to get hall. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to get hall from the doors. That feels like that doesn't feel right. Did I get it right? I'm sure I got that right. That felt like, nah, that felt, you were stretching with the doors. There's no house, just a loan of doors, a line of doors. Yeah. Oh man. So what's you guys, if I can ask on here, what's your Christmas wishes? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Like, what do you guys want for Christmas? It can be a thing or just a general, something in general. You get deck and holly and fill in the rest. You want to get a Kirby game? A job. Oh, I'm sorry, Reverend. Or Riven. Which Kirby game are you talking about? You talking about the Air Riders? And Riven, I think we've talked before about the job thing. Yes, right, you're putting together your portfolio. How's that going, by the way? I know it's only been a couple weeks. And we were talking about freelance last time we talked, if I remember correctly. Forgotten Land, gotcha. I know somebody who's a Kirby fanatic. They get all the Kirby games. No, I personally, I know. You guys might implode. You might end up being the same person from different realities. Well, trying to practice more, expanding my knowledge, but it's really infinite. I mean, if you're trying to learn everything, sure, but there's certain skills. It depends on what you're going for, and there's certain skills you would hone in on to get really good at. I can't tell you what they are because I don't know what you're really looking for. But I feel like you don't need to know everything, and people who know everything are kind of like unicorns, and most people aren't that. A Doppler gangster. But my opinion is concentrate on your skills and then try to learn things around that. That would be most helpful to you. You know, when you learn something and be comfortable, but someone bring up a question about his sleeves and tell him, wait. You know, when you learn something and be comfortable, but someone bring a question out of his sleeve, and tell you that's basic. I'm afraid that. But that's I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna kind of hip this to you. I'm kind of hip you to the game a little bit. That's either when a person says that to you, that's either them being a jerk, because everybody has to learn something sometimes, or what's a good way to put it? They're saying it to you because they want you to learn. They're not saying it as like, so depending on how they put it, right? Everybody has to learn something sometime. I'm still learning things. I've been around 20 years, you know. And so when someone says to me that's basic knowledge, okay, but that's the first time you've heard of it. There was a time when it was the first time they heard of it. You know. So you're not supposed to know everything, and some things just come with experience. True, but they tell me you aren't job ready or something. What is job ready though? I mean, I feel like you're what's a good way to put this? I feel like you're intimidating yourself a little bit. Like, a job is a job, right? It's not a esoteric thing. It's a physical thing that requires skills. And so whatever job you go for has a level of skill that is required for that job, or at least a perceived level of skill. So you just need to be able to fit that perceived level of skill. And depending on what their expectations, and if the expectations are realistic, then they'll know you're coming in with a certain level of skill compared to what they want for that position. That's what I'm saying. So it's not like a big thing, like you just don't have skills so you can't get a job. That's not the way that works. You try to get a certain level of skill for the job you are targeting. And the people, if the people you are going to work for, interview with, have realistic expectations, then they'll know where you're at they'll be able to know where you're at based off of the interview and what you're able to show them. So I would say, like, don't scare yourself. Just keep working on your skills, keep building your portfolio, and look at positions you want and target the skills that will get you that position. And some general ones that would help you out, of course. Okay, sure. let me get to Mr. Human Limits. Yeah, I knew someone who would make fun of me for not knowing super advanced game design or the most optimized way to do something, and it sucked. If it pays. Wait, that's what is going on with you tonight? You've been cooped up in. I feel like you've been cooped up in the house for a little bit, man. Oh, you can't put links here. Whisper it to me. But yeah, I mean, and it was just like the other night in here. Searching Interactive came in. He showed me some things about Unity that I had never seen. And he was surprised that I had gotten this far without knowing those things, but that's just the way it happens sometimes. We all learn differently. It's not fully ready, but need payments. Okay, do you want me to show it on screen, or do you want me to just kind of look at it myself? It's fine, but some stuff might be broken. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's just the way it is. Slayout? What? You okay with him? Mr. Human Limits, you need somebody to check on you? Blood sugar dropping, maybe you need like a juice box or something. Maybe. I am kind of lonely. It's 8:05 and I'm in my room alone. It would be nice to have some company. We'll hang out here. I don't know, man. I was gonna say something funny and it just dropped because it seems like that really is kind of sad, and I'm sorry to say it like that. But I hope you don't feel so lonely hanging out with us, man. Oh, you whispered it. Okay. I finally see the whisper. Sorry. Oops. I forgot something there. I'm only two, but not big. Bring the positive vibes. Thank you. I keep forgetting about certain things. Ooh, I like that. Dude, I like this design. What frameworks are you using? Are you using like Firebase to load in your data? React, okay. That's what I use for work actually. And like, is this something you're building off of like a tutorial, or are you just building it yourself off of ideas? I like this, man. And see, I'm not that big of a fronting guy. My idea it should be streamer cinema, but are you supposed to? Yeah. Oh yeah. I get what you're doing here. But I was wondering, like, what's your backend look like? Or are you putting your data, or is this just static data? It's very cool, man. All right, Miss Human Limits. You have a good night, man.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
And this is also for you. See you next time, man. So it's all static data. Okay, gotcha. That's very good, man. Like, I'm not like a graphic designer or anything, and my front end skills aren't like designs, or don't align with design. So that looks incredible to me because I couldn't do that. And that's what I'm saying. You don't need to know everything. It's impossible to know everything. It's a work in progress. Yeah. It's like for Boolean for fun. Yeah. Is that? And I was lurking in the stream and I had seen you in there recently. He was playing a couple games, if I remember correctly, a couple of I think community games. Games his community made. Yeah, I mean, I dip in and out of his streams just because normally when he's on, I just don't have time to hang out. Oh, the website you made him? No, I haven't seen that. Now, did you make it like just as part of an exercise, or was that you made an actual website for him, an actual straight up website he's using? You just made one in practicing. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay, you sent it to me. Okay, gotcha. Ooh, okay, let me bring this up on the screen. Sound like that. What are you using for your effects? Chaos. That's so Bullion be going through it too.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Oh, let me redo that.
You're okay.
Don't see, I can't do that type of stuff.
It's really bad news. I put all Riverman. I put all of my cash. All of it. Every cent into an origami business.
Rebuilt by someone
Folded.
because it. Oh, he tells dad jokes. No,
Folded.
no. Why, Bullion? Why?
It was a joke. It was the dad joke.
Yeah, that was obvious, Bullion.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah, I think I saw him play this. Oh, I like that. Gosh, cause see, like the things you like the on screen that the pop-ups with your chats that pop up on screen there, the on screen chat. Jeez, the on screen chat. I stylized that, and I had to research that. So like, it's like I said. I don't know front end, but for my job, I don't need to, even though I do some front end. But it's all like React, and they use what do you call it? It's a framework for visual like forms. I can't remember the name of it, but that's all I need to know to make a form. Like I don't get involved in I don't really get involved in the CSS unless it's just something that needs to be stylized or something. Because all of it's done from the framework. I try to make it myself, like know the stuff because margin people want me make margin for people want me to code on the spot. Yeah, that's good. Because that's what you want to focus on for the job you want. Just like when I first started, I was writing JavaScript in like Notepad. Granted, this was before a lot of IDEs, but like I wanted to learn how to just straight up code JavaScript without like an IDE telling me, because I'm a kinetic learner. So if I do it by hand, I'm going to remember it better than something telling me the answer. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't tell you to do that now because like the level of information is different than it was then. And the complexity of the programming languages is different than it was then. But like you were saying, like doing it yourself instead of letting a framework do it, that's a good way to teach yourself things that people are not gonna get in general. Very cool, man. I'm definitely impressed by what you've done with these pages. I already know a lot of tricky questions. I would imagine if someone asked me some, I would be cooked. You imagine if someone asks me something that I don't know? Well, here's the thing. Dude. Another secret of the game. If they ask you a question you don't know, just say, I don't know. But I want to learn. But that is say like, I don't know. but say what you understand of what they asked you. You get what I'm saying? Like, you may not know the specific thing they asked you, but if you can show them your thought process to figure out an answer. If you're getting interviewed by people who actually know how to hire people, who actually are looking for people who are going to be good at a job, they want people who can solve a problem or can figure out their way around something. Even if they don't know the answer, they know where they might go look, or what resources to go draw upon, or things in the periphery that they could go look at to get an answer. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're resourceful. That's what real people are looking for. That's what real interviewers want from a person that they're looking for a job. Now, you can get some people that are just like trying to go down the line of the different skills they want from a person. Those people you don't want to work for anyway, because they're not the people that are actually. They're just people from HR that are just trying to fill a space, get a body in there, and they're not the people you're actually going to be working for. You say, or they're people that don't know anything about the actual job. They're just filling the job. Like I asked you, 7 greater than 9 greater than 7 greater than 3, then tertiary, true, false. But what's the question that would come to? Hey, David. I appreciate you coming by saying hi. You're going to go to sleep, though? Oh, all right, my man. You have a good night. Like, I want to ask you, 7 is greater than 9 is greater than 7 greater than 3, so we'll come console log true. Good night, David. Oh, he's probably gone, but
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
right, I'm saying that should cancel. That should console log true, because 7 is greater than. I'm sorry, 9 is greater than 7, and 7 is greater than 3. So your answer is true, and because all in one go. So your answer is true, and because all in one go. Right, you put them in a parentheses, so they're all going to get judged at the same time. Is that parentheses? Yeah. Not parentheses, encapsulation. Anyway. But I'm saying, yes, it is true. It is true, but your intuition isn't right. Okay. But here's the thing, though. The interviewer could take that 2 ways. I figured out the answer, so I actually knew how the logic worked, but I didn't know I didn't know the inner workings. So either they want me to be the problem solver and figure it out, or they want me to be the technical guy and know how it works. So either way, I have a 50-50 chance of impressing them. Oh, it's false? Wait a minute, wait. Okay, go ahead and explain to me how that's false. Because 9 greater than 7 will give you true, and then true. Ah, okay. All right. All right. All right.
Game over.
I quit. You got me. I'm just going to give up programming now because you got me. You're right on that. I have more, but you gotta get brain. You gotta get brain. You will get brain lag. Oh, hit me what you want. I am a little tired from today, but hit me what you want. This is part where this is during the stream is when my brain start to fall apart. But feel free, because this actually does remind me of things like see, one of the things like that type of like logic is not something you would normally do. Like I would normally do in my day. You wouldn't put together that type of logic in a general work application. Well, I mean, I essentially do business apps, so you wouldn't put like that type of logic in a business app. So some of that stuff gets rusty. Okay. Empty array. Empty array is a falsy, so that's false. Unless it's checking the existence. It depends on the language, right? Because in certain languages, that's a falsy. That's not a falsy. Depends on the language, because some languages that existing would be true. Okay, what language are we talking about here? JavaScript. Okay. Yes, the existence of the object would be true. Am I not right about that? If you say, so let's say blank string, blank, no, that's not a blank string, that's a space. So the string exists, so that's a true. What about if it's empty? If it's empty, that's be a falsy, so it'd be false. Right, I kind of remember my JavaScript. I don't think I've done vanilla JavaScript in a long time though. It's usually either like React or I've done some jQuery. Like what, a little bit of Dojo? I actually made this game in Raphael JS originally. Like 10 years ago, I made the original version of what this game was, the original version of Celestial Crash in Raphael JS. And it kept like dying because it was too much for the browser to handle at the time. And I'm wondering if Raphael JS is still a thing. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at if the objects are the same versus if they are objects of the same value versus the objects are the same object. That's true. I'm going to say it's false though, because I think like when you're comparing the objects, it's not the same object. The first one will be true, it's the same value. I don't think the second one is true because it's not the same object. Both is false? Okay, explain that one to me. You can't compare any object because you're comparing each object reference, location, and memory, and different objects will have different locations. An array is an object. Dang it. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Now, if those were primitives like ints, like 0 = 0, and 0 = 0, would those not be true? And see, and thinking in C, if I'm right, if you change those arrays into zeros, I was about to say in C though, if you took that, an array is just a list of memory locations and an object is a different thing, is a memory space. But JavaScript treats both, but everything in JavaScript is just an object or primitive, if I'm right about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. If both number on and will give you true, but one string and another. Okay, hold on, let me read it. If both number on equal and equal will give you true. That's what I was thinking, yes. Because that's why I messed up, because I was thinking like an array was like a primitive in JavaScript. But one string 0 and the other one is a number, it would be true, right? But it would be false because they're not the same object. Right. Got you. Okay, yeah. I got you. Does this fix my problem here? Let's check. Oh, forgot to do something. Go ahead and hit me with another, man. I like this type of exercise, actually. I'm gonna be flexing these questions on Junior. Okay, that's not working the way I want it to. This is out of position. And this is wrong too. Why is everything busted? Why is this back to middle center? Okay. If function fyz you can stick a function. Oh, I guess it's going to auto return it. Huh, okay. What type of XYZ? Yeah, I was thinking that just throwing me off for a second. It was fine though. Would that not be type function? That'd be ABC plus function, or ABC function. Undefined because it's a variable inside of the function. Yep, you're right. You got me. Or it's an unknown variable inside the function. Unset variable. Acting like my interviewer right now. And see, I'm wondering how often have I had these technical interviews like this? You know what? After this interview, I would tell you. After this interview, I would tell you. I would tell you what made you say you know JS is crazy. Okay, go ahead. I mean, like, I would tell you that you are rejected and you don't know JS, and that's my case. When I go apply, I don't have the right to say this bullshit questions. Well, here's the thing though, like, I may not, I won't say I would say my JS is rusty right now because I haven't done vanilla JS in a long time. But here's the thing, I've gotten jobs doing front end JS and all that, and I can probably count how many times I've done a number of interviews in my life, and I can probably count the number of times they give me a technical interview. No. I mean, I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, most people don't hire you for a level of knowledge. They hire you for personality and ability, right? Foremost, is this a person that I want to work with on a daily basis? It's kind of what they're trying to figure out. Will he gel well with our team? Then they're going to want to know what's his ability. Because you could walk in there with like the greatest resume ever, but if you can't back up what you put on that resume by showing you have the ability that will go along with it, then, you know what I'm saying, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna fly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's good to know that stuff. It's definitely very good to know that stuff because most people really don't. Most people that work, I can tell you right now that there are people that I will say that there are people that I work with that probably would not know that level of in-depth JS logic, internal JS logic, what would you call it? Okay, that in depth of JS knowledge and work with it on a daily basis. And that's me as well. But they have the ability to get the job done essentially. And that's what's more important than like your level of knowledge. It's because normal humans are not applying to Amazon SEO. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Like I said, I've done a number of interviews in my time, and I could probably count how many technical interviews I've had on my one hand. Now that being said, there's a difference between going on a interview for a regular company and going on an interview for Amazon or for Facebook. Because so how did the interview go? Like, I would explain the logic behind my project and I'm all set. So they would, number one, they would ask you a series of questions around the lines of what they were doing. So they would probably, like, say if it was a job that's centered around React, they would want you to know like React. They wouldn't go in depth into like actual JavaScript, the internals of JavaScript. And it just depends. They wouldn't maybe ask you like basic programming questions just to make sure like you're not full of crap. Like one of the things they asked me too, one of the things like an interviewer asked me is just like to write a for loop, just to see if I could do it. Like the most basic thing ever. And I'm not talking about like as a junior developer. I'm talking about like as a developer of a number of years, because they just want to make sure like you're not full, that your resume isn't full of crap. But yeah, just write a for loop. Yeah, literally just go to a whiteboard and write a for loop. But that's what I'm saying. Or they'll ask you to do like write a Fibonacci sequence as a function, a recursive Fibonacci. This is me as a backend or application developer. They'll actually like write a Fibonacci sequence as a for loop. I mean, as a recursive application, or not recursive application, recursive function. Now, like I said, this Fibonacci is stupid. But but those are regular companies, and then there was times when I went to when I was like, I had tried to get on with like Facebook or Amazon. I know how to write a recursive function. I don't know how know the exact function. And see, here's the thing. They would tell you how Fibonacci works. You would just need to know how to write a function, a recursive function. That's literally all they wanted to know. If you knew what recursion is and you knew a function, you could apply those skills. And that's what I was saying. It's not so much what you know, it's your ability. Because literally you're just passing the value back into the function itself. Probably to a certain point. They say Fibonacci up to like number, you know, whatever. Right, exactly. But like when I was like when I was going through the interview process for like Amazon or Facebook, now they have like, their technical interviews are very defined towards the way they operate. So like they have these legal questions. Like they want you to know what's it called? Not calculations, but like how much resources I don't know what the actual term for it is. It's like knowing how much research, a big old notation, where they want you to know how many resources the program you're writing is going to take per iteration. Things like that. Things like nobody else I have ever interviewed with ever cared about that. Yeah, and then it's like multiple layers of interviews, like for months. You have your person, you have your like your HR interview for, you know, make sure you're not a crazy person. Yeah, exactly. And also I watched what was it? I want to say it was a Facebook. I don't want to go deep on this stuff, but that's what they're looking for, because I watched a video from like the head of Facebook development, talking about like because the recruiter was trying to get me in on Facebook, and so they showed me an interview of like the head of like software development, talking about like what they expect of their engineers. And they were talking about there were dangerous engineers out here who weren't using O notations. I'm just like, so I'm a dangerous engineer because I can't land a job on a Volvo company, so I learned the way to enter. Man, no. Well, I mean, like I said, you'll get there, man. You'll get there, but Facebook and like Amazon are a whole different beast of like trying to get in there. And then my feeling is it's easy to get fired from those places, because I keep hearing about people getting laid off and fired. So all those people went through that entire thing. Some of them even went through boot camps to get into like Amazon, and then they get like laid off a couple years later. Because you know Amazon has a boot camp. I think it's a boot camp you actually go to in Seattle. Like people go and stay there. I think that's a thing. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's a thing. Now I've seen the day-to-day people. I've seen the day-to-day life of people that work at like Facebook, and it's kind of sweet. Like, they had like, I've had something similar. I don't know, man. I think big part of trouble because I'm in a third country is what it is. I mean, yes, you definitely don't have a problem because of where you live. I understand that, but and don't quote me on anything I'm about to say. I feel like globalization is making it easier for people in third world countries to compete with people in other countries. I think things like being able to freelance through sites like Fiverr, or the fact that companies like Amazon are building, AI data centers everywhere. So it's going to help people that are not living in first world countries. Because it's tough for people to remotely hire because they don't trust you this much. I don't know how the process actually goes. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's now. I think it's going to be commonplace that third world countries have the ability to what's a good word to put it? To compete globally. I'm gonna leave it at that. I think it's getting. I feel like, and I'm in a first world country. You probably know better than me because you live there. But that's kind of my feeling on it, because I know like some people there are people in third world countries who can outbid on like Fiverr, can outbid people who live in first world countries because they have a lower what do you call it? A lower standard of living. They don't get the standard of living. Okay, yeah, they don't get that. The standard of living is limited to food, basically, because even now properties are getting expensive. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, like I said, you know better than me on that. Excuse me. But yeah, man, that's kind of where I'm thinking. I mean, I get it's not ideal, but I do feel like things are turning a corner where people in third world countries can compete better, can compete easier than they would normally, or at a higher level at least. Let me put it that way, not easy. Let's say I earn 200 for common sense. We'll say, okay, that's enough for an individual to live, but it's just nice if we'll buy food the whole month. Right, but here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. I'm trying not to get into specifics here, but like this UI was done by a guy who lives in a third world country. My animations for Inferno Arena are being done by a guy who lives in a third world country. I am paying them somewhere around those numbers. I'm not going to be specific, right? If one job on Fiverr gets you more than that, then you made your cost of living for a month, right? And some off of a single job. And you could have at least a couple jobs, right? So you see my logic? True, but big part luck, because most people do the same. Maybe I will give you like my thing about what I'll tell you my experience on Upwork, and I probably have said this before. I know I mentioned it on the stream before. For 5 months of trying to get my freelance stuff working on Upwork, it sucked like it was hard as, you know, whatever. It was really hard. I wasn't making any money. You know, I was killing myself. But when I finally like got past that 5th month of just working my butt off and essentially I was underbidding people and kind of getting on my head a little bit, but I built my resume. Why did you do freelance? Why you were in US? Because COVID. I was laid off during COVID. That 5th month though, I made enough to pay bills. Because the people I worked for the most part, I made them happy and they gave me good reviews. And the good reviews got me the top seller status, which meant I could raise my rates. How did you get your first client? I just kept sending out proposals every time I saw something that I could do, and even some things I couldn't do, honestly. I would write up a proposal for that specific client, and I had almost a template for different types of clients. And so I could kind of fill in, but I would also leave some, I would actually write out specific stuff for that client's job or whatever. So I went very low on my cost. I actually, like, for like my day job, for like working for a company, I have a actual cost that I work for that I can live off of. When I was on Upwork, I cut that in half, like under half, because one, I needed to entice people to look at. And admittedly, I had my resume out there a little bit, or did I have my resume where they could see it? I'm not sure about that statement. I know I had my portfolio of things I had done, because I had like open source project out there and examples of things I had done, not for a client, but like just in general. And so I was able to kind of impress upon them that, did you travel outside? Talking about outside the US? No, I've actually never been outside the US. But I was able to impress upon them I had skills. I was quote unquote cheap, essentially. And then when I talked to them, I was, it's like an interview. You just talk to you talk to them casually, business casual talk, essentially. And you act like you know what you're doing, and you have confidence that you can do it. It's just tough pricing and setting time when you're starting. Yeah. But do your research. Before I started on Upwork, I actually did research on like the best ways to get started. Because there are people out there who have they have videos on like YouTube about how best to get started, and I kind of just did my research, and that's how I figured out, okay, I need to aim low on the prices. I need to just get reviews. That's the big thing. Get reviews. Get good reviews. How's the mobile going? right now the only thing that is being worked on is the animations, and even the guy who's doing the animations is taking a break for Christmas. So right now it's pretty much just at a standstill for partially for the holidays and partially because I'm still trying to figure out Steam integration, the Steam networking stuff. But I haven't actually touched that stuff in a couple weeks now because I've just been so busy. But I was just telling, I don't know if you were here, I was telling Miss Human Limits that I really want to get back to work on that game. I'm going to learn Code Monkey, go to learn from Code Monkey now for a decent game dev, decent. Okay, well, cool. Are you thinking about like making your own game, or you want to like work for somebody, or are you looking to work for a company? Just a little bit more. Do you know him? So Code Monkey is a person? I was thinking Code Monkey was a site, or am I thinking something else? No, I learn for learning so that I don't play and I want a job just learning all day. Okay, nothing wrong with learning. I mean, I would love to do that. I would love to do it more if I had time. Heck, sometimes I take on projects just to learn. I actually built an AI assistant like a couple months ago. I also tried to build a Twitch extension that lets you control video games. I got the AI assistant working. It just takes so much resources. It takes the resources with what? So I built using Python. I built a app that lets you essentially. I have AI models running in Docker containers, and they're on service ports. They're essentially services, and I can just have the script hit the different services for different things. Like I could have like a DeepSeek one running and have what is it? Llama? Is it Llama 3? I can have Llama 3 running in one. And then if I want to ask a technical question, I say, okay, technical, send this question to DeepSeek, that type of thing. And it'll send it to DeepSeek. And then the other one was the game controller was an extension, a Twitch extension that would talk to a cloud server, and then the cloud server would talk locally to an app that used machine learning to see if there were different icons on the screen to know what to present players in the Twitch extension. So it would take a screenshot of the game, and then I would have a list of specific objects in the game to look for that would register for different options on the front end side. And that was halfway working. I had that halfway working. Is there a streamer that made there's a streamer that made an AI VTuber that can stream while he's sleeping and he's doing some good stuff. But imagine people spend time to watch a streamer. It's insane. People will watch, really be watch anything, honestly. I mean, different people have different tastes. Some people like watching people make wood furniture on YouTube. Some people like watching react videos, or people playing mobile games on Twitch. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I can see it. You just need to find the right people for it. Whatever you're doing, you just need to target the right people. You can pretty much do almost anything, or he was printing gifts while I was watching. Printing, like he was making like a 3D printer, making gifts for people. Or it's like a gag. The AI VTuber was actually like making gifts. No, okay, he was printing gifts while I was watching it. He was printing gifted subs. I'm not sure I understand. Was he printing out people who were gifting subs? Like the AI tuber was actually printing it out on screen? I don't know. When someone says printing money, so I mean, from how subs he got it, it was like he was printing. Oh, okay, he's print. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay, let's fix this. How did these... And one's a little bit thicker, but let's see. I guess it's fine. Bit more. Yeah, that's what I initially designed it for. The problem is to get on mobile, I have to get through why am I blanking? I have to get into the Play Store. And I hear it's not that easy to get into. Plus, I have to make a touchpad version of this as well. Because I was talking to you know Robin. Robin was like, he noticed I wasn't building a controller interface input interface. Don't you make build it? Right, but there's some mechanics I have to do around that, because what happens is you put your finger down to move stuff and your finger's in the way. So I have to actually make a version mechanics wise for a touchpad. Yeah, I understand that the input stuff is already there. But mechanically it doesn't function the same way as when you use a mouse. And Robin was talking about, he noticed I wasn't doing a controller interface. I was like, I just don't see people using a controller with this game. It's either mouse or it's going to be a finger, touch. Okay, what do I do over here? Oh, wait a minute. No. Before I run off, I need to actually do that. It's here. Oh, I need to zero it out. Okay, that's working a lot better. We at least got this working. Need to figure out a way to stop them going all the way up there, though. Also need to figure out how to make this smaller. I hate when it jumps. I don't understand what that is. Okay, I think that's fine. I need to figure out now how to stop from going off screen. And then maybe I can get back to the thing I was trying to work on initially, was actually this stuff. This should be instructions. I mean, I've got tutorial already. And I want to put some more animations and stuff to him. I just ain't gonna do it right now. Hey, almost did it, and I messed myself up.
Where my cameras at? Put your controllers up. This is more.
That is the tutorial right there. Let's see here. How do I stop you from going up here? I meant to check some settings before I hit it. Okay. Scroll bar. And right. Do I need to put some restrictions on the stroke bar? Check the size in a second. I think the problem is probably goes all the way up to the top of this. Reset everything. Still goes way past. No, just doesn't do it. Let's try changing the bottom, I guess. See if the padding does anything for this. I don't understand why it goes up so far. It stops there. $300 difference between those? Where is that 300 coming from? Unless we go all the way down too far. In the wrong direction. Okay. Can't even bring it back down after it's gone. something to do with it. Guess this know, but I have no idea what to do here. I might, excuse me, might end up going ahead and leaving this like this and just move on. Go ahead and get the thing we meant to get tonight. Get to tonight. Because I don't want to sit here all night and just having accomplished just getting the bar to work again, even though if it's not working properly. Let's dive on into that one. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that the container dynamically loads those items. One 17.29. 115.29. I don't know what I was saying. Anyway. Here, you move the mask down. That's almost perfect right there.
And I throw a bit issue of life like a money under and for me and I grow a because you and in night I cannot know what this
The heck is this? I feel like I've seen this type of issue before. What I need to do is probably take this off. Reduce the height. See if that works. Oh man, this thing care. Uh, oh, this left. What am I doing there? Why does it say it anyway? Let's see. Right there. Probably need to make the dimensions of this whole thing, the viewport fit here.
Wandering alone, lost in the unknown. Static in my ears, stuck in sands of time. Which way do I go? I don't know. I have lost the will to fight. Falling down, I can't find the light. please tell me, where do I go? Am I alone? Am I alone here? Am I alone here? Am I alone here? I am not alone.
This mask works so well and that one doesn't.
Tend the tale of Maxwell Roth. He sought the footlights like a moth. His sense of timing never off until he opted to collaborate with the hooded reprobate. The blighter and assassin made a deadly double bill. Joke, make 'em laugh until they choke. Barely slay 'em in the aisles. Maiden fair and Princess Charming. Thrill, dashing feats and bloody spills. And I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming. The curtain rose, the scene was set. They danced a murderous duet, and much deserving blood was let up too. The scene wherein they disagreed on who should live and who should bleed, and Maxwell Rothy then received a very bad review. Jokes, and there's daggers and there's clothes, but behind the scenes the leading players differ on the plot. Laugh at the damned ignorant scoff. Now he chose a way to Beelzebub is his eternal law. Joke, make 'em laugh until they choke.
Break that.
Barely slay 'em in the aisles. Maiden fair and Princess Charming. Thrill, dashing feats and bloody spills. And I guarantee
I swear I don't understand how some of these things work. Just doesn't make any sense how they function. It's like they just broke sometimes. I just don't understand them. Or I just really don't understand. And it's still up there. Well, okay. I can't change that because that's getting updated anyway by the scroll bar. Just feels so clunky the way it functions. kind of hope this is the hard part of all this, and the rest of this UI stuff goes easier. I feel like once we get past this, we will be fine. I just need to get past all these little intricacies of the scroll bars and stuff. All right, I may end up start calling this. I don't know if I got it in me right now to figure this out. I was actively trying to avoid working on scroll bars for the rest of the stream. I end up working on another scroll bar. And to be honest, I wonder if how much. Do I need a scroll bar? I guess I do. There could be information off screen that they need to pull up. What I could do is change the fonts. No, I don't want to get into it tonight. Listen, this is it. We'll go ahead and sign off. Yo, thanks so much for everybody came through. Miss Human Limits, Riven, David, any lurkers out there, much appreciated. I will probably not be back on Wednesday, as that is Christmas. I think I'll be back on Thursday. Well, I'll be around. Y'all have a happy holidays. Stay safe out there. Make great games after you've had a nice, rested, wonderful holiday. And I'll see you next time.
you